Good morning, everyone, from Bowlero, Wauwatosa. This is the Strike Central feed, the main feed for the Junior Hall of Fame Tournament 2024 edition. Over $10,000 in scholarships up for grabs here today between our scratch bowlers you'll see on the live stream and the handicap division bowlers that are taking up a majority of the 48th side here at Bowlero, Wauwatosa. I'm $2 Phil Brylow, bringing you through the entire day today. Got some special guests bowling with these young players. If you've yet to see the Junior Hall of Fame tournament, in the past, it's a fun event. Youth players sign up as a doubles team, and then they are paired up with, most of the time, it's a local Hall of Famer or a local player who's had great success at the state and national levels of bowling. But every once in a while, you get yourself some special guests that come in, like E.J. Tackett. How about that for the young players bowling with E.J.? Jack Deisland, Adam Tetz have E.J. Tackett as their partner today. You saw when we were just over on 5 and 6 practicing. That Chris Barnes partnering up with one of the youth teams. If we go on to 17-18, there you'll see Nate Purchase coming up on 17-18 shortly. Nate earned his exemption into the PBA Tour in 2025 through the recently held PBA Tour Trials. 5 days of competition. Almost 50 games of competition for those players. And Nate's going to find himself on tour next year. And over on the high side of the house, 20 and 30, there you see Linda Barnes coming off the lanes. So, first time in memory that we've had 4 PBA or high level Remember, Linda was never a professional. She did take down some pretty prestigious Open titles or Queen's titles and did well on those events over the years, but she never was a professional, never was a member of the PWBA. But an amazing bowling career nonetheless, while juggling the family, while Chris was battling things out on the PBA Tour and now on the PBA 50 Tour as well for Chris. So he's got months upon months of bowling scheduled, and now this year Chris will be able to have his son Ryan rooming with him, because Ryan was one of the players along with Nate Purchase, one of the 12 players that made their way through the Tour Trials. So all practice is completed. We'll get you a rundown of everybody in the field here in the main feed, the Strike Central feed. If you're looking for an individual player, well, we have every pair feed going to our 10 on the Deck YouTube channel. So you can just go through the pair feeds, and as the players move here in the scratch division after each game for the 4 games of qualifying, before they bowl 4 Bakers, they're going to skip 2 pairs, land on the third. So the players that you're going to see here on the high side of the scratch division on 25 through 30, they're going to move back to the low side of the house. And players that you see here, let's say on 1 and 2, they'll end up on 7 and 8 their next game. They'll skip 3, 4, 5, 6, and they'll end up on 7 and 8. So skip 2, land on the 3rd. So your bowlers are 1 and 2. Devin Titus, Andrew Bell, Tyler Shetter. And since the players are moving pairs, you're going to have the old ABC 1, 2, 3. So you'll have to find your player and associate their letter or number with it. Adam Tetz, Jack Dysland, and EJ Tackett, your bowlers on lane 2. Jonathan Urban, Evan Warren, and Ron Wallenkamp Jr. on lane 3. Benjamin Jacoby, Owen June, and Ryan Zagar, your bowlers on lane 4. Once again, we'll be moving throughout the house as we'll follow the hot hands. We'll follow some of the professionals like EJ Tackett, Chris and Linda Barnes, Nate Purchase a little closely in here in the main feed through our qualifying rounds. But all the pairs, you can see all the links on the landing page for 10 on the Deck Productions on YouTube. Lane pattern these players are on, it's the Bowlero Wauwatosa, one of the house patterns they have here. I didn't get the length of the pattern. But this end of Bowlero Wauwatosa, known for being pretty high friction. I think I heard EJ one time back in the day said it's like throwing your ball on Velcro in the front part of the lane. So these players end up having to make adjustments, and we'll see some of the higher rev players definitely in deep by the time this gets to games 3 and 4 of this qualifying round. Let's go over to 5 through 8 here. So lanes 5 and 6, you've got Hunter Singseem and Elizabeth Vanderhay bowling with Chris Barnes on lane 5. Lane 6, Wyatt Walker, Aubin Williams, and Dave Barras. Barras and Barnes cross paths about 15 years ago on the PBA Tour. Dave was exempt for a season in the mid-2000s. So they're very familiar with each other. 7 and 8 is Ashlyn Tevez and Clark Bonewell bowling with Steve Brinkman on 7. Aaliyah White, Natalie Hirsch bowling with Nicole Burt on lane 8. And I'll tell you what, when Aubin Williams steps up to bowl here next time he's up, that young man has some power. Nicole Burt. She's had the high average in the state of Wisconsin for 4 of the last 6 years. And unfortunately, that spare there doesn't show how well she's bowled. She's also won a couple times at the Wisconsin State Women's Tournament. Let's see what Barnes can do here. Put an early double on the board for his team. There you go. Chris Linda Barnes, Nate Purchase, EJ Tackett, and several others were the celebrity professionals last night at the fundraising Pro-Am that was held at Classic Lanes Greenfield. We're bringing some highlights from that a little later in the morning. Good time had by all at Classic Lanes Greenfield. Let's get over to 9 through 12. 9 and 10. You have Marshall Olson and Bryce Kurick bowling with Paul Callies. Skylar Petz, Jonathan Bullinger bowling with Gina Dereshevsky on lane 10. Gina, our host last night for the Celebrity Pro-Am fundraiser. It was a great time. Several $1,000s in funds raised in the fight against juvenile diabetes and blindness. 11 and 12, Dalton Zeman, Zachary Thauher bowling with Steve DeKirk Jr. And Kyler Zeman bowling with Robert Tock with the former adult champion in this event, Glenn Deutschendorf. And I think if you ask any of the Hall of Famers, adult bowlers that are bowling with these young players today, they're going to tell you they're probably more nervous than the youth players are. They don't want to let them down. There's a lot of scholarship money on the line here, $10,000 overall. And the young players who finish on top in the scratch division today will split $1,000 in scholarship money, along with receiving a 900 global bowling ball to each of the 2 youth players. Adults are just in it to help the kids out. No prize money, no gift certificates, gift cards, anything like that for the adult players. They are just here to help encourage the bowlers their team with and put up a good score themselves. Let's go over to lanes 13 through 16. Brianna Merner, Brooke Stroud bowling with Katie Eggert. Katie Eggert, for her marriage last year, formerly known as Katie Zwiefelhofer, for those of you that remember seeing Katie a lot during her high school days when we had bowling on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel in southeastern Wisconsin. Now I'm glad to be back with more bowling. This time we're on My 24 Milwaukee. We actually had a show that aired this morning. It's actually airing right now. So I'm in two places at once. I'm on my 24 with a taped show for our Brew City Bowling Show. And I'm here at Bowlero, Wauwatosa, live with you for this Junior Hall of Fame event. On 14, Zachary Jackson, Ryan Vandenberg, Derek Oaf, the year bowlers. 15 and 16, Casey Hughes and Charlie Wiedmeyer teamed up with Courtney Ermish as their adult bowler. Madeline Shakira, Autumn Vodka teamed up with Matt Gasson. Matt, there you see, throwing on lane 15, owner of Top Notch Bowling Supply. Two locations, one in Waukesha inside of Fox View Lanes, and the other inside of Castle Lanes and Racine. Just bought Bowler's Choice Pro Shop from Lenny Borsch Jr. Lenny going into semi-retirement. Lenny will never retire from bowling. Let's be honest about that. Even through his recent cancer fight, Lenny was always trying to get on lanes whenever he could. And the nice thing for Lenny is he'll be able to get away from the drill press and do a few more lessons coming up in the near future. Pretty interesting balance we have here between the young men and the young ladies on the youth side of things, as I don't want to say it's 50-50, but definitely a lot more young ladies than we've seen in the past bowling in the scratch division. And entering as doubles teams like we've seen with Shakira and Vodka on 15 and 16. And Brianna and Brooke on 13 and 14. Yet to have a all-female team take down the Junior Hall of Fame title. Maybe this is the year it changes. We'll find out. I think Katie needs to add to her Christmas list a new jersey with the right last name on it. She still has her maiden name, Zwiefelhofer, on the jersey she's wearing today. We'll let Steve add that to her Christmas list. New jersey with the correct last name on there now. Her jersey, she's got her maiden name on it yet. Yeah, I just saw it. Maybe she's telling us something. I don't know. Let's go to 17 through 20. On 17-18, Nolan Lobdell and Riley Champion bowling with Nate Purchase. Carson Kenny and Braden Champion bowling with Matt Hibbard. Matt, former winner of this event as an adult. Came close a couple times as a youth player back in the day. 19 and 20, Riley Kazbioki. Let's try it again. Riley Kasaboski and Brady Lobdell bowling with Chris Hill. Ian Kloss, Dawson Cole bowling with Cody Holbeck. If that name Kloss sounds familiar, yep. Ian Kloss, son of Chad Kloss. Chad on the injured reserve. He's usually out here bowling as an adult with these young players on the scratch side of the equation, but Chad recovering from recent shoulder surgery, so Chad's here cheering Ian on and giving that team a little bit of advice here and there. And Chad, of course, owner of Bowlers Headquarters inside of Classic Lanes Greenfield in Greenfield, Wisconsin. That's always the fun part of this side of the house on 1 through 24. We mentioned early friction in the front part of the lane, a lot of wear and tear on the lanes on this side of the house over the years. Yep. So yeah, with that early friction, just trying to get the ball to retain energy down lane enough where you don't weak 10. And of course, sometimes these power players nowadays with the ball speed and the revolutions, weak 10 becomes a messenger coming back across the lane. But we've seen several messengers miss already today. Let's get over to 23 and 24. 21 and 22 not in play during the main portion of the tournament. That's our championship pair for the day. So that's being left until we get through to the finals. Michael Zwiefelhofer, Jason Boyce, Trenton Holtz. Your bowlers on 23, Allison Roberts, Brett Biondo, Aaron Kent. Your bowlers on 24. Aaron Kent, formerly Aaron Michaelfelder, before she married Jacob Kent a few years back. So her father-in-law is Doug Kent, famous PBA Hall of Famer, and her uncle-in-law would be Parker Bone III. We want to do the bowling family tree. Holtz has had some recent success at the PBA regional level. And, of course, having success at that level, you don't leave a lot of those pocket 7-10s. Let's keep it here. You never know. He throws it pretty firm at the corners. Let's see if we can get a bounce here. Up at the 10 pin, and the 10 pin swallowed up by the pit of despair that is the end of lane 24. Let's get over to the 48 lane side of Bowlero Wauwatosa. This is where we have 3 pairs of scratch competition, and then all of our handicap division players also bowling on that side. On 25 and 26, you have Brady Haminski and Ben Jones bowling with Jalen Naby. Jalen recently married formerly Jalen Hanen. Daughter of former owner of Sunset Bowl and Foxview Lane's Michael Hanen. Now Foxview being run by his son Stefan and daughter-in-law Cassie, while Jalen runs Sunset Bowl. And on 26, Landon Jordan, Gianna Brandolino, paired up with Chad Moss. And if that name, Gianna Brandolino, sounds familiar to you, yeah, there's 60,000 reasons why that name sounds familiar, as she took down the PBA LBC National Championship Clash at Bayside Bowl this past September. And Landon Jordan has taken down quite a few tournaments over time as well. Both members of Junior Team USA. And Gianna, perfect through 7. Got a couple of bowlers here working towards perfection. As we also have Steve DeKerf Jr. working on the front 7. Let's get over to DeKerf Jr. as he's firing there. You see on lane 12, looking for the front 8. DeKerf Jr. gets it. So we'll keep an eye on DeKerf. And we also have a youth player, I believe it's Charlie Wiedmeyer on 15 and 16 with the front 7. So we'll check in on Wiedmeyer as well. And Jordan with the wrap 10. Let's get back down to 15 and 16. We'll verify the bowler. As you've got Casey Hughes, Charlie Wiedmeyer, both with huge games running right now. Hughes still a possible 269. Of course, Wiedmeyer still possible perfection. I think we're going to get you to Brandolino. Yeah, let's get you back to Brandolino. Yeah, she's looking for her 9th strike in a row. And scrambles them up, so Jana Brandolino looking to pop some perfection here in our opening game of the 2024 Junior Hall of Fame tournament. And there's the front 8 for Wiedmeyer. Oh, we've got the front 9 for DeKerf. Front 9 for Brandolino, front 9 for DeKerf. We'll see if we can get the front 9 here for Wiedmeyer. As the pins are falling fast and furiously here inside of Bowlero Wauwatosa this morning. Wiedmeyer for front 9. That needs help. Oh, and it holds. My goodness. 3 chances at perfection here in game 1 across the house. And we'll juggle you around as quick as we can. For bowlers that are going to be stepping up. Looks like we're going to get Gianna Brandolino stepping up first before DeKerf. And then we'll get back to Wiedemeyer to see if we can go 3 for 3 on 300s going into the 10th frame. Here you see our champion from last year, half of our championship youth from last year, Winston Petrie, as Petrie was teamed up with Trey Heinrichsmeyer to take down that title. And no chance for perfection anymore for Brandon Lee. You saw that one just get some friction early, but still solid start. For the junior team US Air. Kerf. Took second place in the USBC singles at the Open Championships back in 2017. And you'll see the curve stepping up shortly on lane 12. Looking to get the tasty 10th in a row. On target line, dead money flush. Waiting on Charlie Wiedemeyer to step up for his first ball in the 10th. We'll get you over there momentarily as DeKerf looking for the excellent 11th. Makes it happen over. You'll see Wiedemeyer coming in on the right side of your screen. And he gets the ball the hole. He wasn't too sure upon release. Really stared that one down. Let's see what the curve can do here. To polish off perfection. Comes high, 297. Can Wiedemeyer make it 11 in a row? Oh, the 9 goes late. And Courtney Herbers is going right now. What am I doing here? I got 235 and a possible 300 on the board for my team. I got to strike out just for 210. I'd say odds are probably your early leaders here in the scratch division with Ermish, Wiedemeyer, and Hughes. Here we go. Looking for perfection. Scrambles it up. And our first 300 of the day for Charlie Wiedemeyer. Congratulations to Charlie. So players are finishing up their first game here of 4 games of standard 3-player qualifying. They'll also bowl 4 3-player Baker games to round out the qualifying round. So once again, players are moving 3 pairs. They're going to skip 2 pairs and land on the third. So the bowlers you see here on 13 and 14 are going to move to 19 and 20. 23 and 24 will move to the other side on 29 and 30. So player movement, game 2 coming up next here from Bowlero, Wauwatosa, the 2024 Junior Hall of Fame Tournament. I'm $2 Phil Brylow taking you through the day. Hope you enjoyed all the excitement in game 1. I'm sure there's going to be plenty more as the day progresses.
What lane are we going to?
30.
30.
300. Holy cow.
Well, I could have. If I didn't throw it like that, the first 2 frames. Is that her phone? Here, I'll go.
My second one was what that other guy left on base 610. I was pre-bowling, so I'm not sure. My first potential one was during like state. Yeah. Or like yeah. It was squad for high school bowling. Yeah. And I had turned 11. So the same shot I always threw. But it went right through the washout for a 2. I thought it was 6 for lane 3 days ago. So you were preparing? No. I completely forgot about it before yesterday.
You ready to rock it?
Yeah.
We're on 23.
I've never had a 290. Yeah. Oh, four. And it was worth it. Yeah. And I struck 11. I hit that 11. And I had the shot was a round.
All right, some players still finishing up game one. We'll get it over to a couple of the pros here in game two. Actually, let's get to the players we didn't get to see at the end of our opening game. We saw most of these players for a frame or two as we were bouncing back and forth because Gianna Brandolino had a hot start, had the front eight before ending the run going through the nose in the ninth. So our opening players we need to take a look at that we didn't see in game one. It started on 29 and 30. And one of those players being Linda Barnes. You see those players now on 5 and 6. Linda teamed up with Emily Carpenter and Erica DeBello. Their scores will be your A, B, and C. Caden Stork, Derek Hayes, Kyle Gertzen. Your players on lane 6. Your scores on lane 6. Your 1, 2, 3. Then on 7 and 8 are the players you saw on 1 and 2 the opening game with Devin Titus, Andrew Bell, Tyler Shetter. Your bowlers ABC. And your scores that are 1, 2, 3 are Adam Tetz, Jack Dyson, EJ Tackett. Tackett and Barnes checking notes for each other. One of the comments I heard from a couple of the adult players as they were moving pairs is some of these kids are making it look real easy. Yikes for Gertzen. Pocket 710. If you look at Gertzen's form and E.J. Tackett's form, there's not a lot of difference between the two on just basics. The rhythm, the speed to the foul line, the release. Difference is E.J. Tackett, 21 PBA Tour titles. Kyle Gertzen, some state titles, some city titles. He'll be in the Hall of Fame for sure. How about a bounce? Nope. And the open for Gertzen.
But it's more comfortable, right?
Yeah,
you don't
top
feel yourself.
part, the top part. So your finger, his middle finger here.
Yeah,
It is now almost the same size as this finger. You could see it before. It was like,
but you don't lose the grip. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Is you're gonna swell and not know it because
now I can actually stick it up to this.
Yeah.
because
Yeah. Ben is coach.
Because he has them. He
Yeah,
has
you
them.
just switched to him.
No, he's had them.
Well, he's not too long ago. He said he did just switch to him. But
You know the best part about
yeah. So yeah, no, we had to get all of his balls.
so we were just last time we saw you. But then we got the
Yeah, of course.
and they go at that. That's what instantly I was like, are you swell? Go back.
Yeah, I would. Yeah. And then like you said, yeah,
One
Ben.
time.
And then like yeah, Ben said the same thing, and it's like, oh, okay,
I feel like it's
but yeah. Oh yeah, I love it yourself. Yeah, like you can even have them glued in or anything.
Well, and it is. It's such a different feel because you feel the suction and not just when you
Yeah.
have it on. It's
Yeah.
such a different feel.
I'm super excited for Charlie. I said he's not even my kid, and I'm like,
But they are our kids.
they are.
I'm over here to say hi to them.
They are. They're showing you up. Isn't it a terrible thing? I know my next. The future of the sport, right? There you go. That's I know my next ball. You know your next ball? It's a phase two. That's like one of the oldest balls out there. He had that ball for a week and he shot a 300. But yeah.
Wouldn't know. I've never thrown one.
You never thrown one?
I've never thrown one.
Brendan's got one. It's a good ball. It's a good. Yeah.
I've-
Well, I guess that would explain why it's been around forever.
I've never thrown the phase two. Absolutely love the 3 and hate the 4, 5, 6. Well, I call
there's an AI,
I
or is
call
that the six?
I call AI a 6 because it is the 6th ball, and if you flip AI upside down, it's a Roman numeral. Yeah, I shot my video for Storm and gave it all away when I was done.
Yeah. Shut up.
It did not roll very well.
No.
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, phase two is a very, it's like you said, yeah, it's been around forever.
But for me, I'm not on pro in that, which is the new benchmark ball. Well, the phase 2 was the benchmark.
Thanks, everyone, for joining us today. If you have questions, drop them in the chat. I'll check it as often as I can here. One-man booth here in the Strike Central feed. Score updates will happen. Usually we get them 5 or 6 frames in after the opening game. So great volunteer crowd here, not only just for helping get the tournament running, getting the scores in, but also setting up the raffles. Rochelle Roventini and her staff setting things up. Betsy Bearhoff and her staff that get all the adult players together to bowl with these youth. So a phenomenal staff here.
I think if we were in a relationship,
Volunteers for the Junior Hall of Fame tournament.
well,
All right, some of our pairs are still early here in game number 2. Looking for some front bunches out on the lanes. Yeah, nobody's really passed the first 3 or 4 yet, so as soon as we see somebody with a front 6, front 7, we'll get over there. Right now, we'll just stick with a couple of our celebrity professionals here with EJ Tackett and Linda Barnes. And once again, all of our pairs in the scratch division from lane 1 through lane 30 available to you on those other channels here on the 10 on the Deck YouTube page.
You're just
such a role model and just such a leader.
My first ball with the 300 was the MD tour.
He's got one of those already. So.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, that's the same guy, big guy. Come on, guys. I came over it.
I don't know. I was like, why is he standing there? With a strike ball?
Yeah. I hate to say it, but look where we are.
Bowlero.
Hey, you picked up a jet pen today. All right.
I knew I couldn't do it at all
You
yesterday.
picked it yesterday.
I missed like 7 of them.
Any questions? Drop them in the chat about the tournament, history of the tournament. It's nice seeing some faces like Kyle Gertz in that. Well, this event started almost 20 years ago. Cal used to be one of the youth players in the event when we televised the stepladder finals for a few years when we were on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel in southeastern Wisconsin and Spectrum Sports. I remember Kyle making the stepladder one year. And it's nice that the young players that we've seen over the years, like a Courtney Ermish, like a Cody Holbeck, Kyle Gertzen, Tyler Shetter, Ryan Zagar, all give back every year here at the Junior Hall of Fame. Brainchild of Shannon Lubinsky almost 20 years ago. Starting off with less than 20 teams. This year, over 60 once again, between the handicap and the scratch divisions. Just phenomenal.
My nice ball is stuffed. I know, I think it's true, bro. Yeah. I'll take the blame for that one.
How's that? Oh yeah, professionals. Well, here's a surprise. EJ Tackett's throwing strikes.
Tackett on the front 6. Taking a look around the lanes I can see here from the booth. I'm tucked in the corner behind 23 and 24. Got anybody else with big runs going on? A couple of bigger games, but nobody looking to put perfection on the board. I think it's Steve DeKerf Jr. still with a hot hand. Looks like he started strike, spare, and then 5-bagger. We'll take a peek in on that pair of short. No, that wouldn't be his pair. 15, 16. He's on 17, 18 with that move. So it looks like Paul Callie's. Yeah, it'd be Paul Callie's on a big string right now. Looking to put 280 on the board, obviously with Tackett. Still going to get 300, but one of Tackett's teammates, Adam Tetz, looking to get 290. Yeah, it is Paul Callie, so we'll flip over to Callie's momentarily. Just because I love the full outfit that Callie's has here. Matching jersey and pants from H5G. Once again, you see some of the youth players in the Junior Hall of Fame jerseys for this year, the white jerseys with the rainbow printing on them, kind of graffiti looking, with Trust the Process on the back. That's a collaboration. Nice to see a couple of companies coming together with I Am Bowling and H5G working together to throw those jerseys on the back of these young players. So Callie's looking for a big game, but EJ Tackett looking for even bigger. As Tackett looking for the exciting 8th in a row. As Tackett steps up on lane 8. Ho-hum. It's just another strike for EJ. Missed it a few weeks back. EJ Tackett and several other PBA Tour players were at Foxview Lanes in Waukesha for a, I guess the best way to put it is a test regional. Foxview Lanes over this past season has installed Cubica AMF Edge string pin setters, and there were several PBA regionals that were run as test events on the Edge string pins. The inaugural one was back in the spring in Florida at Lehigh Lanes. That was a PBA 50 event won by Walter Williams Jr. And then we had back-to-back events in the beginning of October. The first at EJ Tackett's Center, Easy Bowl in Bluffton, Indiana. That center's been owned by the Tackett family for several years now. And in that regional, Kyle Troop took down EJ Tackett in the championship match, and EJ exacted a little revenge the following week here at Foxview Lanes as Tackett took care of business shooting 290 in the championship match against his good friend Marshall Kent. But you look at the step-ladder finals at Foxview. I mean, EJ Tackett was first, Marshall Kent second. Josh Blanchard third, Kevin McCune fourth. My goodness. That was some star power for that regional. And, you know, love him or hate him, the string pin setters are here to stay. And the work that the USBC did with getting those machines certified, working with the manufacturers to try to get the pinfall as close to free fall as possible. And I'd say, 99.9+% of the hits you get across all averages for bowlers on free fall and string pins, and they're both quirky in their own ways. Yes, messengers sometimes carry less on the string pins, but I heard zero complaint from the pros on that, because the pros know then you need to make moves. So many times when you talk to a player like EJ Tackett, he goes, guys will just sit there with the weak 10 and not make the big move because they know the messenger's going to come back across in the next 2 or 3 shots. So I know EJ, he has him in the center and he's a fan. And how about that? There's a little quirky pinfall. And a front 9 for EJ Tackett. Let's peek in on Callie's scoreboard. There, Callie's going for 280. So we should get Callie's up before EJ throws his 10th frame. BJ does happen to get up in the 10th beforehand. We'll flip back because obviously pursuit of perfection more important than jumping after a high score. So after the 4 standard qualifying games are finished for these players, there'll be a short break as the scorekeeping machines will need to be put into single game, single lane mode, as they'll be followed up by 4 Baker games. The players will move after each Baker game, and once the Baker games are completed, we'll cut to the top 10 teams and those 10 teams will have their pinfall carry over, and they will battle for 4 additional Baker games to get us down to our top 4 teams for the step ladder. Step ladder matches are 2-game total pin, and I'm sure the action will be fast and furious all the way through. So Tackett has not stepped up yet. There you see Paul Calley is looking to get 280 on the board for his team. That'll be a nice 687. That'll keep his team in contention. There you go. First one in the 10th. For the colorful Callies.
Charlie's got a face 2, you want a face 2. Charlie's got a 300, you want a face 2.
Yeah, 2 4s.
But why is he leaving? That's what I want. All right. So you bring a face. So you took my advice and first ball to the
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And Callie's looking to finish with 10 in a row. And this will be perfect timing as Callie's will finish his 10th, and we'll have time to switch over to EJ Tackett, as you'll see Tackett momentarily coming up on lane 8. And EJ looking for perfection. EJ looking to keep his team heading towards a step ladder. You know, one of the interesting parts of this tournament is that the celebrity guest, the big PBA or PWBA professional that has bowled in this event in the past, has never been on the winning team. We came close last year. AJ Johnson was the celebrity pro, but AJ fell just short with his team. We'll have to see this year with quadrupling the numbers of celebrity professionals with Linda and Chris Barnes, Nate Purchase, and EJ Tackett. If one of those, or all four of those teams can get their way into the stepladder final here on the scratch side. That's a little unusual there for Shetter. Tackett, tasty 10th in a row to start game 2. Ho-hum, it's just another day in the center for Tackett. There was not a clap in the bowling center. It's like everybody's expecting EJ to shoot 300. Yeah, he's just going to do it. That's fine. Why clap? He'll get like a golf clap if he gets the last 2. You know, opening game we had Charlie Wiedmeyer, young man, shoot 300, and the place went ballistic. Now EJ Tackett, barely acknowledged by the crowd. It's like they expect it. It's kind of funny. Waiting on Tackett. I think he's in need of a re-rack. They're missing a 10-pin. Let's go over Tackett's resume, because when they were introducing him in the center, as they introduced all the adult players this morning, and they introduced EJ last, he actually had to sit down on the ball return, take a break, save his legs. Oh, 6 does the job on the 10, and we are just one strike away from perfection for Tackett. I always remember the PBA Fire Lake Tournament of Champions that EJ won in 2017. He was on the bench. Tommy Jones threw a washout and failed to convert. That gave the title to EJ. Meanwhile, I was trying to find my truck in Albuquerque after it got stolen. So, you know, you always remember those days. There you go. Perfection for Tackett. Another advertisement for the Red Ball. There we go. Game 2 in the books, player movement. And game 3 coming up momentarily.
Don't worry, dear.
I'm like, he wrote mine on it. I'm like, okay, I gotta go get mine's water bottle.
I would take it right now as well.
All right, we're going to get underway here as this team just finishing their second game. Let's catch up with some teams that are in Game 3. We just saw the hot hand of Paul Callies. 280 for Callies in Game 2. Callies teamed up with Marshall Olson and Bryce Kruick. There you see Gina Dereshevsky on 24. Dereshevsky paired up with Skylar Petz and Jonathan Bullinger to make up that trio. 5 saws into the 10. Looks like we got a ball call here, so we'll pop over quick to the other side, take a look in on Glenn Deutschendorf paired up with Kyler Zeman and Robert Tock. On 25 and 6 there you see Steve DeKerf Jr. with Dalton Zeman and Zachary Thauher. Also on 25 and 6. Coming on to 27 and 28 will be Brianna Murner, Brooke Stroud, and Katie Eggert, along with Zachary Jackson, Ryan Vandenberg, and Derek Oaf. They're just finishing their game on 19 and 20, making their way over. Let's get back to 23 and 4. There we see Marshall Olson. Gets the ball to get into the pocket, but once again, that 10 pin, always a little tougher it seems to take out here on the 24 side at Bowlero Wauwatosa. Find a way to get that ball through the front part of the lane here on this house pattern. Oh, and falls off into the gutter and an open frame after the front 3 for Olson. Let's see what Pets can do here. Generates a lot of ball speed with the drive through from those legs and stays clean through 4. We'll get you back on EJ Tackett's Strike Watch in a little while. We'll get you on Chris Barnes' Strike Watch possibly as well. Let's see what Mr. Barnes has to say about that. There you see this. Yeah, I think he's actually asking if EJ made them announce that in the center. You know, because EJ just needs that little ego boost. Barnes is beside himself. Oh no, he's not. But it's the camaraderie that the players have off the lanes. I mean, when they're on the lanes, they're there to win. That's how they earn their living. They beat the crap out of each other, do what it takes. And an event like this, they're just having a good time. I mean, they want to win. They want to help carry their junior teams to win, but they're going to have a good time with it. They're going to have a good time with each other, have some fun. Last night at Classic Lanes Greenfield during the 9th annual charity fundraiser that was held there. There was a lot of goofing around, a lot of good times. We'll show you a little bit of that during the semifinals. All right, there's your 10-minute warning. Those of you watching, you heard it. The online auctions. There's a link on the Junior Hall of Fame Facebook page. The online auctions end in 10 minutes, so lots of great items out there. All the proceeds from those items going to funding the scholarships awarded for this tournament. So don't wait. Open up a new tab on your browser. And bid on those auction items. Bowling related items, non-bowling related items. So your players on 17 through 20 right now, you've got Hunter Singsme and Elizabeth Vanderhey bowling with Chris Barnes on 17 and 18. Wyatt Walker, there you see Aubin Williams bowling with Dave Barras. Their scores are your 1, 2, 3 on 18. On 19 and 20, it's Ashlyn Tevez and Clark Bonnewell bowling with Steve Brinkman. Those scores are on lane 19, and on lane 20, Aaliyah White and Natalie Hirsch bowling with Nicole Burt. And those are your 1, 2, 3 on lane 20. Glad to be bringing you the live stream of the Junior Hall of Fame again this year, all the way through qualifying, the semifinals, and the stepladder finals of this wonderful event. And like so many that help out with the Junior Hall of Fame, 10 of their productions providing all the equipment, live streaming personnel needed so you can watch your favorite young player or favorite adult player all the way through this tournament. Let's take it down to some hot hands for a couple of frames here. As down on 9 and 10, a couple of youth players bowling with Alyssa Pearson off the heart starts as Winston Petrie and Luke Switalski. Luke had some success in that PBA test regional at Foxview back in October, making the match play round. I saw his dad Phil bowled the PBA 50 RPI at Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport a couple weeks back. There's Luke Switalski, front five as well. So Alyssa Pearson's going to have to right the ship a little bit. They're crossing with Addison Johnson and Taylor Lethia. And it's a pair of Pearsons on 9 and 10 as Chris Pearson anchoring the team of Johnson and Letha. Let's see what Pearson can do here in the beverage frame. If she's a Pearson, she's a beverage frame bowler, no doubt about that. Great start by Petrie and Switalski. Front half for both players. So we'll stay here. Once again, every pair that's in the scratch division for the Junior Hall of Fame, you can watch. On that 10 on the deck homepage, just go back out to the homepage. You see all the live streams under the live tab. See what Gertzen can do here for the front six. Oh, slap that 10 pin away. Pearson, I think, is definitely one of the underrated lady players in Wisconsin. She's had some good success in PWBA regionals. Doesn't go out to bowl a lot of events with a busy work schedule, but she's charging back here. And there you see her brother Chris. Chris, couple Eagles at the USBC Open Championships over the last decade. And another player that's just sneaky good, doesn't bowl a lot of stuff due to work and other commitments, but when he's on the lanes, watch out. Do not underestimate the power of a Pearson, whether it's Alyssa or Chris. Remember back in the day on our Youth Challenge series on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, where Alyssa Pearson won 5 consecutive girls divisions in our tournaments. And we used to have a challenge match between the boys and girls winner at the end of every girls show. We bring back the boys winner. They bowl the girls winner for some additional merchandise prizes from various sponsors. And Alyssa lost 5 in a row to the boys. She never gave up. She kept plugging away. She had a lot of 3-ball roller bags from not winning those matches. Some of them may still be in use. You never know. Oh, Petrie. Oh, that's a bit of an unusual hit. Light 410. We saw one of those at Foxview from Kevin McCune on the string pins. Everybody's going, oh, it's a string pin hit. No, that was the same hit that Petrie had right there. People too early start blaming the string pins for certain things. Hey, if you're going to leave them, miss them. I'll stop a little momentum for that team. But I'm sure Luke Switalski's going to have no problem stepping up to take care of business. Hey, do us a favor, everybody, if you're watching. That share button doesn't get mashed enough on social media nowadays. Hit the share button. Let people know they can watch all these great young players and all the wonderful adults they're bowling with here on the 10 on the Deck Productions YouTube channel. And Switalski, something blocks the 7 from being taken down. Speaking of 7, there's 7 in a row for Kyle Gertson. Let's take a peek in. We haven't taken much of a look today at Nate Purchase. Here's Nate now. He's working on the front 4, down on 1 and 2. Make it front 5. Letting everybody know it. He throws. You gotta know if Nate's around. You gotta keep an eye on some of the celebrations. I mean, especially in a fun event like this. Yeah, there's money to be won and stuff, but you know, for a lot of the adult players, you know, the mood's a little loose, as we've seen with EJ Tackett and Chris Barnes, and now with Nate Purchase. And so you gotta be ready for that. Purchase bowling with Nolan Lobdell and Riley Champion. There are your scores on lane 1. On lane 2, Carson Kenny, Braden Champion, and Matt Hibbard. 3 and 4, Riley Kosovaski and Brady Lobel. Bowling with Chris Hill. And Ian Kloss and Dawson Cole bowling with Cody Hobeck. Those are your 2 teams on 3 and 4. The scoring pace slowing down a little bit as the only player left in the building here on the scratch division side to have a chance at perfection is Nate Purchase. We had a 300 in game 1 from Charlie Wiedmeyer, 300 in game 2 from EJ Tackett. Will we see another 300 here in game 3? Hold on, I have to check my raffle ticket numbers. Didn't win again. Holbeck, a couple of eagles from the USBC Open Championships under his belt. right at the turn of the decade, and Purchase front 6. Purchase for a little while over the last year or so was using a spare ball with no holes drilled in it. Just gripped it and made sure it's going to go straight for sure. He's changed up on that. He now has finger holes as a two-handed player for his spare ball. We haven't had to see him pull the spare ball out here in Game 3. Yeah, you can see those bowling balls moving early. This is one of those times where the second set of eyes, whether you're on the PBA tour and it's a ball rep, or if you're a youth player and it's a parent or other coaching figure, comes into play, because Carson Kennedy really needs to move left after seeing where that ball started the hook. That ball was starting to torch at the arrows. And that may require a zonal move. Even on house patterns, it gets to the point where when they burn up, and there's a lot of friction in the front part of the lane, you need to find what oil's left. And even Chris Hill, who I wouldn't put in the high rev rate category, Chris Hill getting near the left gutter. So the streak ends for Purchase at the front 6. So we will not see perfection for the first time today here in game number 3. And overcut on the 3-pin. Let's check in on Petrie, Switolski, and Pearson of the Alyssa variety. As Alyssa's really righted the ship. You got a chance for 264 for Petrie, 279 for Switolski, and Pearson looking to make a comeback. You get to 237. That's definitely going to vault you up the leaderboard here at the Junior Hall of Fame with a finish like that. Yeah, we missed Gertzen, leaving a single pin and a shot in the 9th. That was the farthest the player made it. And Petrie's going to finish with a spare here. He'll finish in the 240s with count. So you see the scroll. 8th place after 2 games, plus 135. So a 220 average for the team, just over for 2 games, but one would expect that may back up a slight bit as these lanes break down. A lot of these youth players are used to it with a lot of tournaments that they bowl. Sometimes some of the adult competitors forget how quickly lanes can break down under tournament conditions. Just heard an adult player walk by the booth going, yeah, I forgot how these tournaments work sometimes. When they were moving pairs, like usually you just sit on the, you bowl your league, you sit on the same pair. Everything's good. So 242 for Petrie. Switolski getting the 270s. Still a phenomenal game being put together here by Alyssa Pearson's team. So Tutalski takes the first one down in the 10th. 260s. Well in range. 279 maximum. There you go. 6-pin lays in the flat gutter and kind of interferes with the head pin rolling back across. Still quality game for Team Pearson. If Alyssa can strike out, they can get to 7-4-6 as smart move there by Spitalski. Grab another ball, do an area check as quickly as these lanes are transitioning. Never hurts to stay a step ahead of the game. Oh, that's going to need some help. Yeah, you saw the little bit of a trail foot kick by Alyssa when she let that one go. Still spare here, and she'll find her team well up the leaderboard. Got all our teams finishing up here in our third standard 3-player qualifying game. That only means one thing. Our fourth and final standard trios qualifying game will come up next here from Bowlero Wauwatosa and the Junior Hall of Fame tournament. And then there'll be a small 5-minute or so intermission as the lanes will be prepared for 4 games of Baker trios. And after those 4 games of Baker trios, we'll know our 10 teams for the semifinals here from Bowlero Wauwatosa in Wauwatosa, Wisconsin. I'm $2 Phil Brylow, taking you through today here as we'll crown some champions and give away a bunch of scholarship money for the 2024 Junior Hall of Fame.
Oh,
the
yeah.
jersey is all the way down to his toes. Like, yeah.
No, that's a different one. Yeah, I saw a sec. That's the one I was thinking of, but then I saw this one.
Chris Barnes, he was asking about. What ball is Chris Barnes throwing? And then he looked at it. Johnny goes,
Scott was throwing last week about it. Or whatever, and gave Scott. Because Scott was going to order it anyway, and I went down early. Because he never leaves for us.
well,
You brought them, you might as well try them.
Johnny brought all 3 bags. He's got 9 balls. Probably 10 if there's one in there.
Tech is doing a great job of promo with that ball.
Yeah.
That ball has just come out with another team.
DJ Tackett's stuff? Oh. Nice. Apparently it's a good one.
Scott just got something new on the desk, you know? It hasn't been released yet, but Dwight got it ahead of time. It gets released in like 3 weeks. Scott threw it on Friday, on Thursday.
Blue and silver?
I don't know. I didn't pay. I just paid for it. I have no idea. Here we go. Storm Road Warrior. There you go. Woo! We just needed mommy.
You don't know what people are throwing in front of you.
Update, breaking news. End of game 3. Someone missed the fact that Chad Moss is going for perfection here on 7 and 8. Moss paired up with Landon Jordan and Gianna Brandolino. And let's see what Moss can do here. Moss, longtime player on the PBA Midwest Regional Tour. He's cut back his schedule over the last couple of years, but he had a nice showing. Just missing out making the stepladder at Foxview Lanes back in October for that string pin test regional. Multiple time USBC Open Championships Eagle winner. Oh, and the half 10. And you see Chad getting himself a little grief for the release on that shot. So player movement, some players you can see already starting game 4. And we'll try to find some celebrity pros and follow them a bit during this upcoming 4th and final standard game of qualifying. 4 Baker games of qualifying remaining as well. All right. We should have an updated cut number at least. Don't have the individual scores, but we can at least let you know the scoring pace going on. Coming up shortly. We know it's about a 220 average right now after the first 2 games as a team to be inside that cut number. That cut number is 10 teams. Take you over on the 48 side of Bowlero Wauwatosa. Chris Barnes is on 25 and 26 this game. Barnes bowling with Hunter Sings to me and Elizabeth Vanderhey. They're crossing with Dave Barras, who's bowling with Wyatt Walker and Auburn Williams. And Barnes going for the kind of the shortest distance between 2 points right now. You see taking a ball off the rack, and that's one thing. It's always a challenge. It's always a challenge moving lanes in a bowling center. But when you're dealing with different sides, different builds, different time frames, how much lanes are used or not. Much more activity on the 48 side of Bowlero over the last several years than there's been on the 24 side. 24 side is just basically special events, parties, that type of thing. Where most of the open play and league play that happens here, actually all the open play and league play that happens here is on the 48 side. There you see Steve Brinkman bowling with Ashlyn Tevez and Clark Bonowell. They're paired up with Nicole Burt, who's bowling with Leah White and Natalie Hirsch. Yeah, watch the power of Williams here. He's a fun young player to watch. 2023, we had a youth team tournament that coincided with the World Series of Bowling being in town in 2023, and we had a lot of help from Chuck Gardner in Brunswick. Always appreciated that with Chuck and Bowl for Life, and Auburn was on one of the teams that made our step ladder finals that night. It's funny, first thing EJ says to me when I saw him last night at Class Things to Read, he goes, "Yep." I walked in the door. He goes, "I wasn't sure if I'd been here before." Walked in the door. He goes, "Yep, I've been here before," because he helped us out at that event, making an appearance as well. So. Bear is looking for his first strike of the game, and that one had some wiggle. That's never a good combination, early hook and wiggle down lane. That can really get the thought process going, get the wheels spinning in the mind. Oh, and overcuts. Trying to make sure he didn't leave the 7. Have the ball take out the 2-4-7 and have the 2-pin take out the 5, and did not happen for Bears. And Barnes, a little puzzled. Take a peek in on Tackett here. Tackett some early struggles. Tyler Shetter, though, front three. Cheddar's teammate, Devin Titus, front four.
Done it.
There's the toss on lane 6 from Charlie Wiedemeyer. Had 300 his opening game of competition today.
Gina from Classic Greenfield is here as one of the adult bowlers.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. Maybe I mentioned this to you yesterday, but I was talking to Ed, and somebody asked Ed, I think it was Lamouche, said, why don't you do it? Ed's like, I've never been asked.
Oh, really?
Now, granted, he's only been in the Hall of Fame 1 year. He just got it, November, December or something. Pick it up. You got this. True. Come on, Johnny, pick this up. Good try. Good try.
Get the one. No, it's
Not like we're down.
right. Yeah, but right now it's, you need the pin count. It's 1 pin and 2.
Oh, come on.
Just ran into Shannon Lubinsky, the tournament director, the woman who puts this all together every year for the Junior Hall of Fame. She goes like, today's just flying by. It's amazing. It's just flying by. I'm like, it flies by every year. It's just when there's that much bowling going on, you're trying to keep an eye on everything, and people are pulling you 3 different ways. It really makes the day go fast. So we'll have Shannon in here during the step ladder, and I'm sure we'll probably also have one of our celebrity professionals in as well if they don't make the step ladder. So let's see if we have any front bunches anywhere. I know we have Tyler Shetter at the front 5, but he opened in the 6th. Left the 10 pin and missed it. We had another front bunch as well. Winston Petrie had the front 7 before he 210'd in the 8th. He's bowling with Switalski and Alyssa Pearson. Yeah, Brinkman with the front 5. And it looks like make it front 6. And it looks like that is our only 300 running here in our final. Standard game of trios qualifying.
So what did they do? What did he do?
We'll be following this up with 4 Baker games. So there you go. There you see the cut rolling across the scroll on the scoreboards. 10th place, 151. So the pace slowed down a little bit in game 3. So basically, went from a 220 average to made the cut to a 210 average. And once again, after this game, we will have a short intermission. So our players can get ready for those Baker games of kegling. Colbert out of the Sheboygan area. Nice to see the Lakeshore Lanes legacy lives on in Sheboygan. Recently sold by the Hilbert family.
One more, Johnny.
Johnny, one more.
Tyler Ludke, who a couple of years back bought Crystal Lake Golf Course just outside of Plymouth. And then earlier this year bought Anchor Lanes in Elkhart Lake. Now he's expanding the bowling empire, as not only was Lakeshore Lanes in Sheboygan purchased, but Ledgeview Lanes in Fond du Lac, owned by the Hilbert family as well. Now under the Ludke umbrella of businesses. Crystal Lake Golf Course is a neat little golf course. I used to play it with my dad a lot. We'd make the drive up. It's pretty wide open on the front nine. It's not a real long course. It's challenging, though. But the back nine, there's a lot of holes that are cut out of the jack pines. There's one hole on the back nine, I believe it's 12, where you're basically, your fairway's 30 yards wide, and there's no rough because it's all jack pines. It's an amazing little golf course. Always had fun playing it. We'd hoof that one, too. It was a fun one to walk. And some days there are racing events going on at Road America. You hear all the car engines going, and definitely you get back up to Crystal Lake Golf Course next year. And congratulations to Tyler on the purchase of 3 bowling centers in the last 6 months or so. Family entertainment, always important. And it's good to have good people involved in family entertainment. Hey, this is dog-eat-dog competition on the lanes today, but it's still entertainment for people. And we're glad that we're able to entertain you a little bit here today on the live stream provided by 10 on the Deck Productions. Happy to feature this event once again. For years we did a taping of the finals and aired them on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel or Spectrum Sports till the pandemic basically shut down that Spectrum Sports channel. But now we're glad to be back with live streaming and bringing you all the qualifying pairs, everything in this event start to finish. I know a lot of these young players are going to end up watching their performances on the live stream once it's done, and that's a great thing too. Watch how you did. See where the mistakes are made. Man that hasn't made a mistake yet through 7 frames this game, Steve Brinkman. Oh, and the wrap 10. Vicious wrap 10. And a quality deadwood clear. That is a professional deadwood clear by Chris Barnes. I know there's a clip on the internet somewhere of Chris Barnes at the PBA Players Championship at Wayne Webb's Bowl in Columbus, Ohio. Missing a deadwood clear, missing the gutter, keeping the ball on the lane when he was trying to clear the pin out. It's phenomenally hilarious. And Brinkman takes care of business. Milwaukee Hall of Famer, USBC State of Wisconsin Hall of Famer. So he only has one USBC Open Championships title to his credit, so not enough to get into the USBC Hall of Fame. Now that they've changed the necessary requirements to be nominated and eligible, they've increased the number of titles needed greatly. And something tells me I could really put the kibosh on how many people go in the USBC Hall of Fame for quite a few years. Whether it's from the Open Championships or the Women's Championships.
walked by and it's actually.
So once again, a short break after this game is completed as they need to get the scoreboard set up for Baker games, 4 Baker games. In those Baker games, the adult player will bowl the 1st, 4th, 7th, and 10th frames. One youth player will bowl the 2nd, 5th, and 8th. The other will bowl the 3rd, 6th, and 9th for those Baker games. And that's where the pressure really comes on, because you get one team that struggles, shoots a 140 game, you get another team that catches fire, shoots 260, and all of a sudden positions change all over on the standing sheet. So thanks again for joining us from Bowlero, Wauwatosa. This is the 2024 edition of the Junior Hall of Fame Tournament. I'm $2 for Brylow, taking you through the day. If you get questions, drop them in the chat. Otherwise, I hope if you're not just enjoying us here in the Strike Central feed, I hope you're enjoying that. You're able to watch your favorite player on every pair in play here on the scratch side of competition.
What a fucking shit shot. What was he thinking? Here's it. Another fucking How's that working out? I mean, like, health-wise.
Did we stay here for Vegas?
I don't wake up feeling like 9 years old, but I mean, your birthday said it's not. It is a hard process.
Like,
So how much did you do?
So I had my surgery August 8th, and now 48 pounds.
That was pretty nice.
Yeah, it's all blood control and making sure like I don't eat any sugar, I don't eat any pasta, rice, potatoes, it's all that high protein. So it's a change. And some days it's hard. Like I usually get too full for rest. I try to have a protein shake in the morning. I think it's my fault. Anything I eat, it's like it's not. It's just makes me sick. So. I haven't done it often, and like the whole process of registration and they give you one-year membership, but it has to whatever it is, it's option. I was like, it's a little hard for me, so on the way, but I'll use it for the training. Right. So, but when they went in, I had acid reflux surgery, which was like 2000. I had to go in and take that down, and then do the bypass, except when you went in, that was herniated up to my chest, and a huge hernia you didn't know about. Plus, that's like doing major surgery all in one. So how long did it take you to leave? I was to recover for your full surgery, with the hernia surgery, and I couldn't. So I was out of work like 3 weeks. I went back. Like you guys, I was out of work 2 weeks. I tried to go get back in half days. It was too much. And I took another week off. And then I've been back at work since like the beginning of October the whole time. So, and some people went back to work like 4 days later. I'm like, you are not. That's not like. So I just got released to have regular food last week. Now, do they make you do that before Sunday prep? But that was just fine. I love
guys move for bacon?
Okay, you look like you were getting tired last year. I found other things that I did. I'm like, Mom, we'll go for sushi, and I'll have like one of your pieces. I'll be done.
And she should be. She's the only one there.
What do you think? What we got in us? We got like 4 games of 250 or more.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I'm not putting a cap on it, but yeah, I think we go on each lane. So we'll go on this pair, 1 game on that lane, 1 game on that lane, and then we move over there, 1 game.
oh my gosh.
We own this. We own this. Bring it. Come on. Makes for a better story when you got a little.
Right?
We had both end pairs. How do you guys feel?
Oh, so you bowl this pair and then that? Oh. Oh, okay. First 1 and 2.
You know, we just keep on moving. 25, 26. Down the line.
We just go 23, 4, and then we just go 25, 26, and then they can cut.
Oh, so 2 here and then 2. Gotcha.
Sorry. It's my longhand version of 2 here, 2 there.
That's all good.
Okay. Okay. Put a name, address, phone number, social security number, credit cards. No, I'm kidding.
I have her birth certificate and her social security, however you want.
Just an address. Address with a name or wherever you want. Yeah. Safe sport. Safe sport. Oh yeah, it's a safe sport. I asked parents and friends when I asked that. I'm not weird. Not too long. 4 rounds.
Forward, when you are ready to begin, press the check mark and you may begin bowling.
All right, we are underway with the Baker games here for the final part of qualifying.
Yeah, I think we go first, and then we go around.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So you'll see the adult players bowl the 1st, 4th, 7th, and 10th frames. And then you'll see one of these players bowl the 2nd, 5th, and 8th. The other youth player bowl the 3rd, 6th, and 9th. And then after our 4 Baker games are complete, we'll be wrapped up with qualifying and we will cut to our top 10 teams. There's going to be a break. We're going to keep the streams running on the pair feeds. They're only going to be using the 24 side of the house. For the semifinals, so we'll lose a couple of the streams, but we'll keep everything running. During the short break, they'll take the verify scores and take care of business, and then once we get into the semifinals, 4 additional Baker games before we'll cut to our top 4 teams for the stepladder. So the team's captained by Ermish on 9, and Gasson on 10, Purchase on 11. And Hibbard on 12. All taking care of business on the lanes. I thought Purchase was done with that backup step. He said he was... Didn't see that come out during the tour trials, but looks like he's got it back for the moment. So this Baker action is going to go real fast. 4 games. Wow, another pocket 7. We're starting to see the pocket 7-10s come out with a vengeance. Just saw one get swept away on lane 8. Now we see another one for Kenny on lane 12. And now it's a different kind of gelling for these teams in Baker. Sure, they're still bowling 1-2-3, 1-2-3, 1-2-3. But when you have the pressure of someone else's strike or double ahead of you on the scoreboard, as compared to your own strike, the pressure's a little different. There's no doubt about it. We got a pair with the front 5 going for the front 6. Let's switch it over there. Moss, Jordan, Brandolino, with Jordan firing in the 6th frame. Scrambles him up. With the performance that team has had today, if they're not in the lead, they're definitely close to it. Another team that's had a solid day right next door on lane 19 with Switalski, Petrie, and Alyssa Pearson. Let's see what Moss can do here in the 7th to keep the rhythm going. Will we see a sensational 7th in a row for Team Moss? On target line and the week 10. Still, you're able to come out of these Baker games with some serious momentum out of the gates. That'll definitely keep that arm swing free and loose. We'll get a re-rack before Brandolino try to get a strike train moving again. I think I've left that leave in my bowling career. The 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. Yeah, I think I left that once. I'm a lefty. Wouldn't surprise me if I actually did. Brandolino just letting that ball ease through the pattern. Not trying to play the big hook, even though these lanes are really starting to fry out. And there will not be a reel before the semifinal round. So you may see some of these two-handers trying to go with the big hook. Surprising that somebody really hasn't gone with really non-aggressive equipment and tried to play up the outside part of the lane. Sometimes you can find some head oil playing the twig. Nathan Bohr was a prime example of that at the tour trials the last day. 47-foot pattern, and he was outside playing the where nowhere else was at the time. Moss looking up at 279 on the board here. And wow, a couple pins fighting over the 7, doesn't get there. See the pain look on the face of Chad Moss. Great cash-in ratio for this event, too, for the scratch players. A 1 in 3 cash-in, better than. 10 teams will earn scholarship money out of the 28 teams in the field. And boom goes the dynamite for Moss, and a great opening game. They'll switch lanes on the pair for game 2. As we're on to game 2, and Chad Moss needs to find something to fix that carry problem he's having. Teammates have been holding him in there so far. Landon Jordan wheels it in, gets it going. Boy, Jordan and Brandolino perfect so far in the Baker part of this event. See what Moss can do to turn the carry around. Moss has been near the pocket. Just hasn't been able to find a way to get all 10 down. We'll look for other hot hands. We'll be bouncing around here. Otherwise, we know you're following your favorite players. As you have all pair feeds available to you. Just taking a quick look around at all the pairs in play, and yeah, some pairs are struggling. Some pairs really have it going, like we're seeing here with Team Moss. And as we said, these 4 games, well, we got a front 5, maybe a front 6 down in the end. Let's jump in to Steve Brinkman's team making a move. We got a front 6 down on 1 and 2. Lane 2 to be exact here in game 2. .215 average right now to stay in the top 10. As there you see on the scroll roll across the scoreboard, it's 180 to the positive. Big gap between our first place team and our 10th place team. Brinkman, a little bit of loft, and that's a little too much loft as he creeps high. And the first errant shot of the game for Team Brinkman comes in the 7th of game 2. We'll take a peek back up on Team Moss momentarily. Oh, Callie's. Oh, the wiggle, the jiggle, and it still defies him. So for Team Moss, Brandon Leo, 10 pin and a spare in the 8th frame, so she's playing spectator now for the remainder of game 2. Ooh, hopefully the wheels don't fully come off for Team Brinkman as Landon Jordan steps up. Here in the foundation frame, nothing left on the deck. No witnesses, just pain for the pins. And a chance here for 269 for Team Moss. Phenomenal start here in the Baker. That's the tough part in these tournaments. When you know there's a stepladder final, you get out to a decent lead. If you keep it going through the semifinals, like Team Moss is looking like they're going to do, and then you have to wait through 4 other Baker games to get your shot at the title. So a spare here by Moss will leave him in the 240s. We'll see what kind of adjustment if Chad tries something else on the fill ball. Team Brinkman foundation frame strike. Get back over to Brinkman now as he's looking to help get his team to 254. And with the scoring pace slowing down on some of these pairs, that could be a nice jump up the standings. Oh, not going to hold. 234 now the max. Yeah, let's see what Moss does on the fill ball here. Sometimes even with all the tricks you do in the world with your hand, speed, revolutions, axis rotation, sometimes it's just got to put another piece in the hand, and that's what it looks like Moss is doing here. Hey! Jalen gets the wall shot to finish for 215 for her team. All 4 Baker games bowled on the same pair of lanes this round. So they will switch back. Graphics department a little slow today. We've been in game 2 for a while, boys. All right. Good to see they getting themselves caught up. Oh, they are moving pairs. That is correct. They still move pairs to the last 2 Baker games. So we'll have some player movement after this second game. 2 more Baker games remaining before we'll cut to our top 10 teams that will advance to the semifinals. Linda Barnes with a big smile walking by the booth. Yeah, she makes her way over to the 48 side of the center. And as these players finish off this game, Team Callis with a big game, only blemish, 4th frame. We saw Callis with a 280 earlier today. Team's been hanging tough back and forth all day long. And Dereshevsky trying to get to 2-0 for her team. There's a scramble for Callies. 279, another big game on the board for that team. Had a few of those today. Need to do it 2 more times to assure their spot into the 10-team semifinals. And 3 games of Baker will be in the books momentarily after these players take care of business. Let's get down to the team that's been the real hot hand so far in Baker, Team Moss. Moss leads with a strike. Brandolino in the second, looking to put a double on. No doubter there for the $60,000 lady. What a performance by Brandolino. And it's not just the pressure of one ball at a time. It's the amount of time you have to wait between each shot. I mean, like today, you know what your rhythm's going to be. You know it's every third player, you're getting up, you're bowling. It's not very often that a player has to wait for 12 other players to make a shot before they get a chance to bowl, or 11 or 10, because of that eliminator single ball format she had for the PBA-LBC Clash. So they have the mental fortitude to take notes, to make sure she's keeping herself in the game when it's easy to get, pulled away and distracted and such. Just goes to show what a great mental game, not just Gianna, but all these young players are developing at such an early age when they're in competitions such as this. So Team Moss, front 3. Looks like that ball change is going to pay off. Good scouting report from the end of game 2 for Moss with that ball change, as he's gone 2 for 2 since. Once again, for those of you joining us a little late, this is the conclusion of qualifying with this and one more game of Baker. Pinfall carries over into the semifinals for the 10 teams that will advance. And for those 10 teams, they'll bowl 4 additional Baker games. And we will then cut to the top 4 for our stepladder. Front half for Team Moss. Front 7. The beat goes on. Just letting the pins talk for themselves right now. Commentary, who needs commentary? Just keep watching strikes. See what Brandon Lino can do here. She is. She missed a little bit in the 8th in game 2. Left the single pin now. Does it again. Landon Jordan been perfect. No problem on the cover. And the first errant shot so far in Baker for. I think we may have a 300 down going on 1 and 2. Yes, we do. Team Wallenkamp Jr. with the front 10. Wallenkamp Jr. bowling with Jonathan Irvin and Evan Warren. As they're looking for the 11th in a row here in game 3. Scramble them up nicely. And here's our first chance for a Baker. 300 on the day. We've had a couple individual 300s. Charlie Wiedmeyer during game 1 of qualifying, the young man threw that on 15 and 16, and then E.J. Tackett on 7 and 8. Tackett in game 2 took down perfection. Here we go. Is it going to carry? Yes, it does. And Team Wallenkamp making a big move up the leaderboard with a 300 game here in game 3. Problem is, you're not making up many pins on Team Moss. Team Moss already with a big start. And if we check them out here, you see that Chad has struck first ball of the 10th for that team, and they're going to be in the 260s again. So congratulations, you shot 300. You're only making up 34 pins if Moss goes off the sheet. Chad Moss making that 5-pin work on that shot. Give him a little grief in front of the booth there. Our broadcast booth today right behind 23 and 24. But hey, if you can carry those, you're going to have a good day. And Team Moss has had a good day so far. There you go, 266, and it just keeps rolling. Team Moss, they'll switch lanes on that pair as we're into our final game of qualifying here for Baker. And Moss goes right out of the 10th round of one game right into the first round of another. As with 3-player Baker, there's one team member that has to bowl first, 4th, 7th, and 10th, and in this event, it's the adult player that gets that ability to throw 4 frames. And the good news for Team Moss basically is that you throw a hot game, and with the other team keeping pace with you, you don't have to sit around and wait too long. Right now, Team Wallenkamp, who just threw 300, they're still waiting because the other team is just entering the 8th frame of their game. So you got to keep yourself physically loose and mentally clear. And as you can see there, and you see that more and more with these young ladies nowadays, they are not afraid of seeing the left side of 4th arrow to get the ball proceeding on a striking path. So we'll keep the streams rolling here for you. Going to be a little longer break as all scores are verified, tabulated. Bowlers will be reassigned to starting lanes for the semifinal Baker round. So just wait for the pins to start falling. Again, keep the stream rolling on your laptop, on your phone, and you'll be able to tell when that next qualifying round will begin. Thanks everybody that's joined us today. And if you want to let all your friends and family know that the 4 teams of bowlers that make the stepladder finals, that'll be shown not just on the 10 on the Deck Productions YouTube channel, but we'll also co-stream that on the Junior Hall of Fame Facebook page. And Jalen runs into a little bit of trouble as Navy finds the 3, 6, 7, and 10.
Yeah, I mean, the last work has been here.
Oh, elbow deep in the pocket. There's your 9-pin. Thanks for playing. My goodness. Sometimes bowling, like life, just isn't fair. And that's the first big mistake we've seen Team Moss make in these Baker games, and a certain open frame for Brandolino. Take the one because you never know where you're going to need it later in the day. And move on. Just one more shot before the break for Brandolino. She's already back in the back of the settee area, getting herself recombobulated for that final attempt. And this is definitely our fastest pair. as these players are going to be done with their fourth game. Some teams only in the first frame of their of the fourth game. They got about a half a game lead. Of course, it's not about the speed, it's about the number of pins knocked down, but when you're bowling fast, you're usually knocking down more pins than anybody else in the center. That's what type of move Moss makes. He said he was going to make look like a 2-in-1 move after the 9-pin. There's definitely the 2. And yeah, sometimes it's better to make a bigger move and get the light hit the scramble than make the one board move or the. You talk about. You hear professional players talking so many times about making zonal moves. Sometimes you make the little moves in the zone, and all of a sudden you got to make that big move to other side of an arrow or other side of a lane on occasion. Still 245 possible here for Team Moss as they look to keep rolling. Yeah, let's go from 4-6 to a 7-10 on a quality shot. That's why bowling will make you want to just rip your heart out on occasion. If there's any justice in the world right now, she'll get a bounce out of the pit and make this. Yeah, no justice in this world. Oh, she's got a little time to think about that shot before the semifinals. I'm sure she'll go over the ball motion in her head. There's a reason the 7-10 stood, and I'm sure she'll address that. Great foundation frame toss by Landon Jordan. So even if Moss can strike out here for 211, can't reach the magic 1,000 number for 4 games, but they can put up a nice healthy number in the 900s for 4. And if they're not in the lead, they're going to be real darn close. Another 9 for Moss. That ball seemed to hook a little earlier in the front part of the lane. Maybe you gave it just a hair extra, changed the rotation just a bit. Only he knows. And he thought it was better than a 9-pin when that ball arrived at the pin deck. So still a solid set for Team Moss. We'll definitely see them next round. Let's get back down the lanes 1 through 4. As we had at least 14 in a row for Team Wallenkamp Jr. 300 last game, front 2 this game. So Tulski came up a little light. He's luckily just the 2-pin. 10 stood momentarily and fell late. Let's peek in on Team Brinkman as we saw a big game from them earlier. I'm sorry, it's Team Oaf. Looking to finish with 265. Eggert can't get the 10 to fall. See what Ulf can do here to try to help his team chase their way into the top 10. And the 4 stands. We'll see if that affects that team being inside the cut. All right, so make sure you stay tuned. As the semifinals are coming up next, we're going to keep the streams rolling. So this will be the last pair you'll see finishing. If you have any other pair feeds going, you won't be watching 23 and 24 or 27 or 25 through 30, as those pairs are no longer going to be in competition. So a short break, and we'll be back from Bowlero, Wauwatosa with our semifinals after that break.
Yeah, I'm bowling at Bowlero. What do you expect?
So like before I do, I pop it back in, but then like. It's not horrible yet, like the last one used to like. But it's gonna get that way. We saw him yesterday.
Oh, up there?
Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah. He was up there. You want to be invited.
I tell you right now, I am the best bowler on my team that's over 40. That's how I'm going to put them on. You double their ages and they're still younger than you. Yeah, Trey Charles straight up. Yeah. I was like Trey Henry my last year. That's Trey Henry. Yeah, most difference between Trey Henrichmeyer and Gianna, $60,000.
Yeah, that's right.
She's a hit for 60 can, absolutely ace. Like, no sweat, no nothing like that. Well, just think about it though. When you're waiting 12 shots, 12 players between shots, to have that kind of focus and stuff. I'd be checking out the crowd, I'd be doing all that stuff. I'd be a wreck. It's the same grain of wood for like
ATT in this time.
Do you have one for I want to take a guess and say on my thing. Is it only the top? Or is it like a top five?
Well, ATT.
I'm going to guess the iPhone.
You know, just the first three.
Who was traded?
like 36.90.
Has a weird takes some time. Every game's like to the top, and then everybody else also has a big gap.
Well, after the 4 games, like 440 over.
Yeah.
That 10th place was 180.
Yeah.
And we rolled +1 in Vegas. We didn't roll very well. I couldn't strike. I kept taking.
Can't carry the whole load.
No, but I can strike one. Hi, friends.
How'd you bowl?
Well, I grabbed my ball and threw it down the lane. Hey, remember that time when I was like, I'm not very good at bowling? And then I bowled 300? Yeah, no, that's what I was talking about.
Didn't like your 190 before?
I bowled, I had an 18 bagger. Well, 250 the game 3, and I bowled 190 again the last game.
Yeah, we saw. We were following you the entire time.
So I was all or nothing.
Some days it's just like that.
Yeah, most of them actually.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, congrats on your win.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Thank you. How's your baby?
Awesome.
Coming up on the years today.
December 13th.
It was fast.
It's unreal.
Today's seems like forever, but we're gonna blink and move Send them off to college. You're gonna be on the low end? So the 4 men. Yeah.
Probably first 10.
Hopefully not 1 or 2 of them. And if we're 1 or 2, I bet you will be. Bye. You guys are out? Not bad. They're going really good. First score.
This one, the baker, and that too. The first.
Oh, I know. We started.
Oh my God! Oh, at least you start worse, bad, then you know what you go. Like
We
oh.
did all 3 entries. 25, 26, 1 and 2, 23, 1
Yeah,
and 2.
they did 3, this 20 something, not 31.
Did struggle a little bit, but that's alright.
Good to see you guys. Say hi to I heard you go to Georgia, right?
760
You're gonna be with Aiden, right? Wow. So both of them go there?
Both of them are going.
Hey!
I know.
Do you buy 1 get 1 free? Oh, you do. You told me that last year, hopefully, right?
Wouldn't that be nice?
And I
That'd be nice, right?
really? Yeah.
Expensive. Too expensive for the
I
car.
would have been okay going 190.
300, and what else? What'd you have game 3? 260. Oh, yeah. We crushed it.
Oh well.
There wasn't
Mine travel home.
everybody was most of the rounds 300. So everybody must have just beat up each other. Because alright, bro.
See you, buddy.
Yeah. See you at 40 minutes.
Yeah, I've got 5 hours.
Sign the wrong name.
Whenever that is.
Stay with us for 1 more week. Just don't leave. We got 1 more week. Just don't take in 1 week. Just don't change your mind in 1 week. So maybe he will seem like he just doesn't have Abby Smith.
You tell them you can have me for a year.
What?
You can have me for a year.
Well, I'm thinking it's either a year or 3 years. Because if I go 3 years, then all like the 4
I'm like your,
Aaron, and Maria are gone. So I just leave too. So I'm gonna stop. And then I get my name.
Cage fight, cage fight.
What'd you do?
Battle of death. I got my money on Moss.
Don't even. Mister, I'm the best spare shooter in the house, but I can't pick up a spare.
I'm 7 times. I opened 4 times this entire time. Yeah, shut up. Okay? 4 times. And only one of those times did you make it.
Three-way tie.
Look,
One of you two got a reward, so I have to take a picture of it.
what?
I know. Fingers. We were sorry. I don't know if someone else tricked us, but we missed by 3. So
We'll be fine. We got 4 more games.
as long as we get off 23.
Yeah. I'm guessing there's going to be no more going on.
Yeah, I'm guessing that. I don't know. I feel like you might as well that because the Bowlero employees just walk up on you when you're up there anyway.
We're so far away that it's not even needed.
Hall of Famer.
There something right about the barrel.
Attending strat size boulders will be giving away the individual and team awards for high qualifiers. Starting first is the PBA Future Star Award for female qualifiers. It is Gianna Brandolino with 948.
Must be strong to carry this guy.
Louder.
It used to be, but these are much comfortable. These are better than those other ones. These are. When I had to wear those other ones, I was like, what? But now that they have these.
For our male PBA Future Star Award, we have Devin Titus with 1,007. Devin and Titus totaling 21 and 22.
What? Pizza's not sitting down.
No, usually doesn't.
I guess I have a strong stomach.
It was fine, but now it's. I think you get $50 scholarship for it.
Ooh, $50 man. Save the money for you.
Shut up. Yay, live and move. No, I already told you my plan. I'm either coming to Scott next week.
New award this year is our All Tournament Strat Team with all 5 qualifiers.
I don't think it worked
Which is
out well.
Devin
I don't think it
Titus,
worked out well either.
Casey Hughes, Adam
It wouldn't leave any residue, I know that.
Clark Bonwell, and Brett Biondo. And we're on 21 and 22.
He doesn't have that much.
I'm gonna have to use all of them for the scat.
Steve, can you name that order again? That one was.
Devin Titus, Casey Hughes, Adam Coates, Clark Bonwell, and Brett Biondo.
Yeah, I got a concussion playing darts there once. It's a long story. It involves Diane Krantz, so that should tell you. All you need to know.
And for our Chuck Eberhard Award, which is our top qualifying team, we have Team Steve DeKerr with Dalton Zeman and Zachary Tao Hare. Please go to lane 21 and 22.
I'm gonna blame your 9, but not mine.
I'm blaming her. It wasn't my 8 missed spares.
For our top 10 seniors, on lane, you will be going 4 more Baker games. On lane 3 is Team Steve DeKerr.
So I'm like 4.
Lane 4, Team Chad Moss. On lane 7 is Team Courtney Parrish. Lane 8, Team EJ Tackett.
So 60. And then shot 260. Said to myself,
Hey, we're on your
Then we'll be going 4 years of Baker. In first place on lane 3 is Team Steve DeKerr with 36.99.
they help me up. Don't worry.
Lane 4 is Team Chad Moss with 36.96. Lane 7 is Team Courtney Parrish with 36.07. Lane 8 is Team EJ Tackett with 35.78. Lane 11 is Team Tyler DeShetter with 35.66. Lane 12 is Team Cody Holbeck with 35.03. Lane 15 is Team Dave Barris with 34.35. Lane 16 is Team Ron Wallenkamp Jr. with 34.34. Lane 19 is Team Aaron Kent with 34.27. And lane 20 is Team Steve Brinkman with 34.22. You will be given 5 minutes of practice before the Baker game starts.
sick. That's 5 minutes of shooting space.
Woohoo!
All right, everybody, thanks for hanging in there during the break. We'll get you the rundown on all your teams, their totals and such momentarily. As they've got about just under 4 minutes of practice left. So 4 games will get you through here. Players will move lanes after every game. But you'll see the same 2 teams on the pairs as the pairs will move. Well, practice got a little jumbled here, so we've got one team still finishing their practice. Let's get down. We're going to give you the field in reverse order here. So in 10th place, Brinkman's team. They're bowling on lane 20. Brinkman is bowling with Ashlyn Tevis and Clark Bonewell. They're at 34-22. Aaron Kent in 9th place, that team, at 34-27. Allison Roberts, Brent Biondo, Aaron Kent, that lineup. That big 300 game for Wallencamp. Junior and his team in game 3 of this round has him in 8th. And they're over here on lane 16. Wallencamp bowling with Jonathan Urban, Evan Warren at 34-34. Just pinning at that. Team Bears. Bears bowling with Wyatt Walker and Aubin Williams. Over on 11 and 12, our 5th and 6th place teams, our first 2 teams out at the moment. Team Holbeck with Ian Kloss and Dawson Cole at 35-03. Team Shetter with Devin Titus and Andrew Bell. They're the first team out right now at 35-66. Over to our teams currently in 3rd and 4th. There you see for Team Ermish, Casey Hughes and Charlie Wiedmeyer. There you see Wiedmeyer, who had a 300 in game 1 today. They're in 3rd at 36-07, 31 pins ahead of EJ Tackett's team. Tackett bowling with Adam Totes and Jack Deisland. They are the number right now, 35-76, just 10 pins up on 5th place. And our top 2 teams, Team Moss, 36-96, just 3 pins behind Team DeKerf Jr. at 36-99. Team Moss with Landon Jordan, Gianna Brandolino. DeKerf Jr. bowling with Dalton Zeman and Zachary Thau-Her. So they'll be moving after their first 2 games on the pair. Get back down to Team Holbeck as they've got a big game going here. Team Holbeck looking to get to 279. They can pop strikes in the 9th and 10th. get some scores here. 255 for Team Ermish. 207 Team Tackett. Let's see what Holbeck can do here in the 10th frame. That would move him right on the tail of Team Tackett for 4th place. If Holbeck can finish with all 3 here. Oh! Just not right. And the open there, 2-4-3 for Team Holbeck. .215 for Team Wallenkamp. Wow, let's check in on our leaders, and DeKerf gets the 4 to fall late. Moss, however, finding some problems with a baby split of his own. Gets the cover. Let's go over as Team Tackett here in game 2 after starting with 207. They're on the front 4 already. Make it front 5. Team Bears 194, Team Kent 205. Oh no, Team Kent is still bowling. Team Brinkman will be in the 190s. 2 teens maximum for Team Kent, so they're losing ground to everyone there in Tackett. Looking to put the 7th in a row on for his team as they're trying to keep Team Holbeck in the rearview mirror. And he does so. Let's check in on Shedder's last shot. They're going to be in the 2-0 range, so they're going to be passed by Team Holbeck. But they still got a lot of work. 200 on the head. They still have a lot of work, and they can see right next door Team Tackett having that front 7. Looking for the excellent 8th. Yes, indeed. We will stay on that pair after we get a score check here. Yeah, they're going to be hearing footsteps, DeKerf and Moss from Ermish and from Team Tackett. Team Ermish 255, the opening game of the semifinals. Oh, vicious wrap 7 in the 9th. Ends a bit of perfection, but still 279 possible. Moss looking to get 2-0 for his team after a rough start. Or, pardon me, 214 is the max. And DeKerf going to fall behind Moss, but footsteps at Ermish and Tackett right behind, and especially now with Tackett stepping up in the 10th. gets the first one to go. So 212 for Team Maas, 180s for Team DeKerf. And Team Tackett's going to be sitting pretty. Oh, the second effort takes the 7 down for Tackett. The swagger coming back. And looking to put the big 279 bounce back after that 207 start. There you go, 279. 184 for Team DeKerf as they switch lanes. Team Ermish is going to have some work cut out for them. We'll stick with this pairing as they're going to be done way before the other teams here in game 2. And still a chance for 200, 207 to be exact for Team Ermish. And it's going to be real tight between Ermish and Tackett on the 3-4. Hi, Chris Barnes.
What's going on, $5?
Not too much, man. Just a lot of bowling. Here's a surprise: EJ Tackett throwing a bunch of strikes.
Yeah,
for his team.
Once he shot like 2-0 the first game, and he was talking about how he never strikes, his ball doesn't strike on league, you pretty much knew what was about to happen. And it did. He threw a 20-bagger before he missed again.
Right.
So,
ho-hum.
Yep.
So, unfortunately, your team didn't make the cut through the first part of the event here. And
No. All right. We had a couple that getting their first experience on the scratch side, and it'll be something they build on. But
yeah,
there's an awful lot of talent around here, so it was all the way around. I didn't probably strike enough either.
Okay.
But yeah, they're a little chopped up, and there's certainly some pairs that are way better than others right now.
Yeah, the 24 side here at Bowlero is always not a fun side to bowl on. Bowl league here for a few years, and it wasn't even pleasant for league, let alone.
It made it a pretty good place to have the Peterson.
Yeah.
Because some of it was just kind of cooked in. But
exactly.
I mean, the racks were already kind of where they wanted them to be, which is
right.
not on spot. And
yeah. I had 298 on this side of the house once in state tournament, and that was a highlight of my career, I think, at that point in time.
I mean, we bowled the Masters here. Well, it's not less than 20 years ago, but
right.
Full field, 80 lanes, 72 lanes going around. It's got a great footprint here. It's a huge building, and there's some history here for sure.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, going all the way back to the days of first when there was televised bowling in Milwaukee. If you actually look above lanes 3 and 4, you'll see an old cubby hole way in the back that's got a removable door that they had cameramen up there that would shoot the local bowl with the champ show.
Was it?
3 and 4 was the TV pair back in the day.
Somebody says 3 is a testing lane now.
Might be. You never know.
Local knowledge. I had a couple local guys, I think they were telling me that. But
I think 3 will just test your patience.
It hooks a lot. I'll tell you that. I was ended on it today. There was no shortage of friction.
Yeah.
So impressed with the level of talent in this event, and
oh, absolutely.
We run a youth event, and we did run a big charity event as well, and didn't understand until we got into it like when this thing runs smooth, the number of hours, and it's not hours really because it's days, weeks, and months.
Right.
It's one thing to run a tournament, which takes a certain amount of planning. But to do that and the charity and really make it enough money as they do for the charity, it's really months of unseen and fairly underappreciated work that Lipinski's put in for this, and then they got a big staff that puts in a lot of time too.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You can't, no man is an island when it comes to something like this, or no woman is an island.
No.
And it's the amazing staff they put together over the years. I mean, today the auction's closed, and all of a sudden you watch within a half hour, and almost every auction prize was claimed, out of the room, settled up, taken care of, and boom, here you go.
They got some details.
It's great for next year. You still have your big Thanksgiving Classic for the youth players?
20th one this year.
There you go. There's some big celebrations for PBA players this year with their youth tournaments.
Guaranteed prize funds these days, much like the European way of doing things. We pay out over 18 grand, I believe, is the guarantee this year, and it'll go up if we get more entries.
Okay.
It's got some great sponsors on board for us as well, and with 900 Global, same as here, being one of them, and we couldn't do it without them. But yeah, the staff here is fantastic. The amount of work that goes in to make this run pretty smooth, and like you say, they've got a lot of the details down.
Yeah, and I'll give credit to Bowlero for one thing today. The amount of breakdowns that have happened compared to previous events here has really backed off from what it was. I remember the World Series of Bowling in 23. You were here for that, and it was just everybody's like waiting. As soon as practice started, hey, how long's practice? Side bets. How long's practice going to take this time? Kind of thing. And today, everything's been fair up. We've had a couple of ball calls, and that's about it.
Practice, there were some issues there, but once we got going, actually, they all kind of settled themselves out.
Yeah.
So,
that's nice to see as well for a center this size. All the events. There's no other place that they could have this Junior Hall of Fame tournament in the greater Milwaukee area because nothing's this
not
big.
in one day.
Yeah, not in one day.
It's really a two-day event that they can do in one day because it's here.
Yeah.
Which is easier on everybody. Yep. But anywhere else you'd have to split up the divisions. You'd have to have one. It still have to be a pretty good size house, but.
Right. Here's a face we're going to be seeing a lot of over the next couple of decades.
I got a chance to watch Gianna for the first time for real. I'd seen shots on social media, but when they were in Peru with the Junior Team USA, and Ryan was there, and we were watching it, there were some names that were bigger at the time that were there, and there's some, obviously she's not a, hey, look at me personality, but you kept watching like, ooh, that's really good, and it's got room for more. Yeah, which is, not everybody does that. Some junior bowlers are as good as they're going to be, kind of around that time compared to the other people.
Right.
And but she's got a game that will travel. It's going to travel to the women's tour, college is no problem, and her demeanor and how she showed up at the LBC, and then it just seems like everywhere she bowls, she already has very few off days.
Peru, is that where none of the ladies averaged 200 for the event because of the pattern, or was there a different event that I saw?
It was a different one, but that building is hard. It's
hard.
SPL. It hooks early. It's pretty tight down lane. It's a little boat on top of it, and
always sounds like fun.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of a tough carry, and there's no shortage of challenges that are inherent just to the building, even though it's brand new and it's a fantastic facility.
Yeah.
It's a great place to watch. From too. There's already been several big events in our zone that now just go there because they're really well equipped to hold it.
Yeah.
It's in their athletic compound basically, and Columbia's the other place that has one, a facility inside of it. But that was not a miss he wanted right there. Obviously, that was important. But that lane hooks a mile.
Yeah, DeKerf, our leaders, they had 184 on that game. Opening game on lane 3, and now they're not going to get the deuce. They can match that 184 for Team Moss. So it's a real tight fight for the 1-2 spot, as they're going to be separated by less than a mark getting into the final 2 Baker games.
Wow.
So
I didn't know the count bowling, and you knew the scores were up there, but I didn't know who was who and which teams were shooting big games. You saw different players at different times, but it was when you're moving along yourself, you're not sure who's the one that got them all.
Yeah, it's what one of those tournaments where just with, like you said, volunteer staff and wow, the old.
He made a big move in 3-6 again. I understand.
Yep.
I understand.
But they do the best they can to get the scores out. This is kind of interesting though because
the scores were up quick. We just didn't have names.
Just didn't have names to go with them. Yeah.
And I wouldn't have known the juniors' names anyway, or in some cases, even some of the Hall of Famers, just not being from up here,
right?
Not familiar.
Let's see where Tackett's team moves. So Tackett coming off of a 279 game for that team.
2-0 here if he strikes here. Which oddly enough he does.
I think that's the pair. I can't remember if it was 9 and 10 or 11 and 12 when we were here for a World Series in 23. Which pair was a TV set? I think it was 11 and 12 that EJ took down.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with where the TV shows were that year, so yeah. Maybe more than 2015 when we had the shows over here, but not
right.
Yeah.
But it was. I mean, you talk about the historic showdown that people can show for the ages, where you got to step up and double in the 10th to win. And EJ did it, knowing what he needed, and he took it down.
Yeah, I thought it was one of the moments where he kind of got over. There's different levels to tour. You get through qualifying, then you get through match play, then you get to shows, and then you get to winning on shows.
Yeah.
And there's, depending on how you're wired, it doesn't always come easy, and you have to get through your own things, and even that can ebb and flow. Because when you're as good as EJ, you can have some times where you're bowling 80% and still make shows. Well, throwing shots under pressure when you're not as sharp as you really would like to be, or you're playing in the fringes of your versatility, it gets tough.
Yeah.
And I think that was a big moment for him, confidence-wise, and I really shouldn't speak for him, but it seemed like since that moment, his performance in those times has gone to another level as well. You saw Belmo do it at one point over time. If you really go back and watch, Walter went through some spots like that.
Right.
Norm went through some spots like that where he didn't win for a while, and then all of a sudden they won a lot and just got real comfortable and figured out a trick for them in those situations.
Yeah, and one of the things too is people sometimes don't realize how tough it is to win on tour. Like you see some of the stuff where guys have made a show here or there, and like how good actually they are. No, they're actually really good. It's just when you get to TV, it's an entirely different animal to win under those conditions.
Well, it is, and the stress is higher. The format's shorter. Everything's it's just magnified tremendously.
Right.
And to act like that's the same as trying to win. The other day I need to win a point in my Peterson League on Wednesday night. So I understand how you feel. Do you?
Yeah.
It is relative to some point. Anything that raises your heart rate and your adrenaline level is a form of that.
Right.
But it's a very hard thing to create, and the amount of distractions and things that are available to be distracted by is just exponential on a show. Whether it's crowd, it's random noises, it's lights, it's reflections on the lane. It's the thing that bothers bowlers the most is noises they don't normally hear.
Yeah.
Well, on a TV show where it's quiet, that's literally everything. Because you never hear a cough, you never hear somebody rattle or kick a chair or what. That's just, it's in the back. It's just part of the overall ambiance, so to speak. And to be honest, the shows in Bayside, in Maine, are way easier to bowl on than the ones where you have the silence is deafening.
Yes.
And because you hear lots of things you just don't normally hear, and it's distracting because your brain goes, "Hey, what was? Oh, and it can process pretty quick, but that lapse in concentration has often cost guys shots and titles over the years, and so you have to grow into that, and you have to be able to put away all that different environment and all those other things, and money, trophy, millions of people watching,
right?
Randy's voice carrying over, in certain places. It's there's a lot of things that you can let yourself be bothered by for sure.
Hold on, EJ didn't carry. What's going on?
Well, Gianna was about to strike over there on the
yeah.
left screen,
Yeah,
and I'm sure she
cut
did.
away. Yep.
Yeah, she did. She shook him down.
This young man had a 300 game one today.
Yeah, how was that?
With,
he didn't waste any time getting out of the blocks, did he?
No. Helped propel his team. It's always good having Courtney Ermish, college coach. She's now the assistant at Carroll University in nearby Wauwatosa. She was the head coach for a few years, but she's got some other things she's taken care of in life. And stepped down to be an assistant coach. And how about that? Landon Jordan's another one, too, where you just watch this kid and go, man.
Yeah, there's some eyeballs on him moving forward, too.
Yeah.
Awfully good at a young age, and he's certainly got the entry fee to be something special.
Yeah. And then him and his twin brother Griffin both made recent college commitments. I forgot where Landon was going. I know Griffin's going to SCAD, Savannah, so he'll be teamed up with Justin Bone. How about Brandon Bone yesterday, just averaging 250 in a collegiate event and taking the all-tournament team for Weber.
I'm not surprised.
That kid is amazing.
His ceiling is tremendously high, and he's an information seeker too, which doesn't always happen that much with some personalities or left-handers or wherever you want to land with that. But he is constantly looking and seeking to be a better player, and he's not only got Parker, of course, but Doug Kent as a great asset to different ways to see the lane and to improve his toolbox.
Well, and that's the thing is that pedigree all you want, say the pedigree, say the Blue Lions, whatever. The amount of work that young players like your son Ryan have put in and the Bones have put in, that type of thing, that's the work ethic and the huge amount of work that they've done. That's the biggest difference at all that you see from some of these young talents that seem to catch fire and all of a sudden kind of disappear. We were in Portland, Maine, and your son was there during the league competition this year.
Yeah.
But he was also taking advantage of knowledge and practicing with you and practicing with other people and that type of thing. It was it's another of those things that's real. You see the work ethic that these young players put in to get better and get to those professional levels where they make their way through.
There's certainly opportunity, as Stu often says, taking advantage of your unfair advantages. And they are there, but if it was easy, there would be way more than just, literally Ryan and I both being on tour at the same time will be the first in
Dick and Pete Weber.
decades.
Basically, yeah.
Well, I don't even know if they were on tour at the same time. I think Dick was already done
Dick
by
was
the
already
time.
done in '79, or
Even though Pete was 16, but I don't know that. They probably bowled some events together at least, for sure. But it might be the first since then.
Yeah,
you're talking 45 years, and and there's been times when the money's been plenty good, and there's been literally thousands of tour guys, and it hasn't turned into a son that was, that's gone out there as well. Guppy and Kyle, but they weren't out there at the same time, and that's really the most successful one since Pete.
Yeah,
is Kyle.
Yeah, because Jimmy Johnson had a little taste. He had a title, Don Johnson's son Jimmy, and then left the tour shortly thereafter. And real estate, didn't he? He's
successful
really
in the Columbus area.
Yeah,
but it certainly supplies advantages, but it hasn't been a cheat code to hey, if you're Archie Manning's kid, you get to play in the NFL.
Yeah.
It just hasn't worked that way.
No.
And it's, but the work is the difference, too. Justin and Brandon are both incredibly talented. Brandon has advanced far quicker.
Yeah.
And largely due to, I think he puts in a lot more work.
Right.
Now Justin's probably made far more money because his social media channels, excellent.
Have you seen the new little series they did with some of their friends and youth players, the BET series, Bone something? I forgot what it stands for exactly, but it's on YouTube.
Okay.
It's pretty neat because they do it documentary style.
Okay.
So it's 2-game total pin matches with a 1-ball roll-off, and they made this bracket, and they have Sydney's in there and some really good youth players as well, but they do it in a documentary style. It probably takes Justin 40 to 50 hours an episode to edit it out, get it right, put it out, all the filming and all the other stuff he's done. And it's incredible. Like, you watch this young guy do that, and I go, I wish I could do something like that. I mean, if given the time and the experience, yeah, but he's put a lot of his attention, not just on the bowling side of the sport, but to get it out there in social media as well.
EJ doing EJ things there. So
let's see what they got for score up there.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone has a passion.
Yeah.
And no matter how good you are at something, if you don't have that passion to follow it. Justin's probably real strengths are going to be he'll have a tremendously large knowledge base on the bowling world and be able to play at a very high level. But his passion seems to be way more about that side of things.
Yeah.
Social media, editing, marketing, and all of these different things. And I think that's, that will afford him tremendous value to himself and another company or his own company moving forward. Whereas Brandon seems to be way more focused on the actual competition side, way less worried about,
what's going to
film
happen.
and ball reviews. Right.
Could Brandon someday be the next Janowitz? I mean, where it's just the guy does something for how many years because, John Janowitz is so good, and then just all of a sudden the 50 Tour came about for him, and career setting was right where he had a career that says go bowl.
I don't think Brandon's waiting for till he's 50. I think he's going to wait till he's about 23.
Yeah.
He's just going to graduate is all he's got left before he's going to make, start going after it. So.
Right.
But Justin, on the other hand, maybe that's how it'll turn out. Who knows? Yeah. He might, he could still turn it on the other side and end up having a pro career as well. You never know.
Right.
It's always hard to tell. There's so many people that throw it good now. I mean, I've seen 10 people today that what happens in the next 6 years between practice, college, and then all the distractions go along with that,
just kind of funny though. Even the level, like you said, the competition level between the tour and the regional guys, and to win on tour, that type of thing. I mean, they had one of the test regionals for the string pins at EJ's place. Top two in that regional, EJ and Kyle Troop, and then they came here to Wauwatosa, and they had a test one there. And the top four were Kevin McCune, Josh Blanchard, Marshall Kent, and EJ Tackett. Well, when you see that repetitively, it doesn't matter if you put Flintstone pins at the end of the lanes or that type of thing. Who knows what they're going to see? Who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, the guys got, they got good for a reason. How are we doing on scores now? Where are we at?
Let's take a look here. We got 223, 220 for Team DeKerf game one, and then 220. Oh, hold on. That's got scores added in already. Son of a gun.
213 looks like.
Yeah, 213.
213 and then 204.
So let's see. So Team Ermish. This is where I miss a good John Weber score update. Dear John.
Just catching some highlights as a Chiefs fan the other for those of you
they were
double
in trouble.
duty.
They were in trouble early, weren't they?
Well, they got behind like they always do. It seems like, and then they did not. They got stopped on first and goal 2 different times. They had to settle for field goals and had a 2-point lead with 4 to go, and the Broncos went down the field and kicked a 35-yard field goal with time expiring, and the Chiefs blocked it to win.
Oh, jeez.
Won by 2. So
wow.
16-14. Broncos make it. They win by 1. I think there was 1 second on the clock when they snapped it. So
40. So unofficially, Team Moss is your leaders, 43-06 to 43-02.
Whoa.
Yeah. So they were 3 pins apart coming in. So they have not separated at all.
And what happens after this round?
Top 4 advance to a stepladder.
All right.
So 2
Being
games.
the top seed matters.
Oh yes, it does. Ask AJ Johnson last year. He tried to climb the ladder with his team. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Tried to climb the ladder with his team and fell a little short in the stepladder. So Team Tackett with their finishes at 45-15.
That's a 90 behind almost.
Yeah.
91.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's Team Ermish. Team
okay.
Ermish, 45-15. Team Tackett.
Big game here. Lane 6.
That should be Team DeCurve on 6. Yeah, that'll be DeCurve. So.
Oh, Gianna with trip 4. Gives them a double. Gives them a little momentum to come back with. Tighten this thing up a little. There are a couple frames behind. They could tighten it up in a hurry.
Team Tackett ended up 3 pins behind Team Ermish, 45-12, 45-15. So it's real tight.
1-2's tight, 3-4's tight.
3-4's tight. Let's see here. Let me get over on scores here really quick because we got 255 for Team Holbeck. And Team Shutter here.
213 with a triple.
So I'll have to get a little help from, because I did not get the game 3 scores for that pair. So they were a little behind pinfall-wise. So we'll have to get a full update on that.
Seems like there's a couple of teams that were 150 back. Need monster scores to get to get there. And so
and they're not getting there. We got them in front of us on 23 and 4 right now, and there's not a chance. Oh my, that's the worst spare I've seen Landon Jordan shoot in about a year. And not a time for it. I mean, that's the one thing, the competition at these young players nowadays that can, with the PBA regional program, they can bowl till they cash in a couple regionals a year, that type of thing. So we saw Landon Jordan and Luke Switolski and a couple other young players that were in this field at
to be honest, we're trying to figure out a way for the college guys to be able to bowl the regionals, and have some type of club-type membership if we can, much like PBA Junior does.
Yeah.
Because they're not allowed to be members, and they're not allowed to. But to make it a little more affordable than, the extra vig for being a non-member. Regional is pretty stiff. And, it's to encourage you to be members, but the reason why they're not is because they can't be.
Right.
And.
So DeCurve looking to lock things up for his team, and even with that, Team Moss falling too far behind. Team Moss really having trouble with the left lanes down on 3 through 6. They circled with that 180 on lane 3 in game 2.
212 max score, so they're going to be short here. This is going to be at least 226, and most likely with a spare strike, it's 236, 237.
So Team DeCurve holds on to 1, Moss holds on to 2. Barring a full disaster from Team Moss, because Tackett and Ermish aren't that far behind. 45-12 for Tackett. They're currently 4th. Ermish 45-15, but Team Moss leaves a couple of holes on the score sheet. They could fall behind. The week 10. That's one thing I mentioned a little earlier, is that the young ladies nowadays, they don't fret too much if they have to get left the 4th arrow. It's not like 10, 12 years ago even.
No, there's a generation now, and it got pretty obvious when you bowled the trios event. And there's some top players that really, catch a handful now. And, Crystal Elliott, go along with Jordan. Well, that didn't happen much either.
No.
Jordan Richard, obviously, which people do know. But it's this group that's a couple years younger back that kind of a junior gold troop that has followed up, and they all, the Hope Gramleys of the world, and they're like, they can curve it.
Yes, they can.
You're not going to confuse it with EJs, but
no,
it's not the traditional, Lisa Wagner game either. It's it's step up in evolution, and the average rev rates are in, well into the 300s, which gives them an opportunity to play much different parts of the lane.
So it looks like here with 190 max for Team Moss, they're going to fall from 2nd to 4th in this game. So,
oh boy,
yeah. So we're going to end the stream shortly for the step ladder, and with that, we'll have it back here on the 10 on the Deck Productions YouTube channel, and we'll also be on the Junior Hall of Fame Facebook page. Join you back for back here in a little bit. You can hang around for a bit, or
I will be around. We'll bounce in and out and do whatever Shannon needs. But thanks for letting me hang out with you for a minute.
Always appreciate it.
It's been great being back here again and getting to watch these guys play.
So hey, hopefully we see you All-Star Weekend in April back here in Wisconsin too. That'd be nice to see you then.
Well, it'd be nice to be included in that.
Yeah, let's hope so. I'm hoping. I'll
All right.
try to put in a word for you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right.
All right.
Thanks, Chris.
All
And
right.
yeah, we'll be back with that step ladder. So unofficially right now, the Team DeKerf 1, Team Ermish 2, Tackett 3, Most 4. Like I said, fully unofficial. We need to get a couple of scores from game 3 that we may have missed on Team Shutter and Team Holdback in case they can make a run. But we definitely know Team DeKerf is your leader getting into the step ladder. Join us in about 20 minutes. We should be back online and live, and we'll take care of business for you.
Oh, yeah, which is like that. I was like, it's like a white